Всем привет, ребята, с вами player00713, и сегодня мы продолжаем вместе с вами стримить игру под названием Elysium The Final Cut. В прошлой серии мы остановились о том, что мы вроде бы исследовали локации в поисках ответов, ну и разумеется мы узнали, что к счастью или к сожалению, оказывается, что группа людей изнасиловала труп, ну точнее не изнасиловала, а, пардон, убила тот труп, который мы видели на заднем дворе. И сейчас я немножко расширил границы своего понимания, а именно как проходить дальше игру и так далее и тому подобное. Поэтому желаю всем приятного просмотра. Ну, а мы продолжаем. Хуя. Я, кстати, говорюсь, ребят, что я вчера специально сделал стрим по спидрану Angry Birds Trilogy. Yesterday I just finished the speedrun of Angry Birds Trilogy. If you want, you can see it. Замерзшая машина для производства мороженого все еще работает.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing.
Что у нас тут? Провода ведут в электрический щиток. Ага. Так, что у нас тут? Среди фонарика появляется странная тень. Здесь есть дверь. Что это? За трубами спрятаны две ржавые винтовки.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Тут дыра в стене.
Yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to...
Your hand
Почему бы
reaches
нет?
deep into darkness and spider webs, rummaging around. You find rusty rifles hidden away.
Are these any good?
Most of them are
Посмотрим.
rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt
Ну,
action
привет.
with a fine
Да,
wood stock.
как видишь,
Some better cosmetic
играю в
order
диско
than
Elysium.
others.
Я же обещал, я не бросаю слова на ветер.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still beautiful thing in its own way.
Кто-то здесь оставил винтовку, что это
It means
значит?
there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
Это еще
Seems
что?
like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be.
Так, что это? Под потолком кто-то припрятал сломанное оружие. Просто если я, ребят, сказал, что я буду играть в определенную игру, то знайте, что я не брешу. Конечно, Беннет, пожалуйста. Я же обещал. И знаешь, в каком-то смысле диску Elysium даже понравилось. Хочется иногда пробежать мимо кое-чего. Иногда хочется, знаешь, рассмотреть что-то. Ну, ты понял. О, здравствуйте. А вы кто? Я вас не знаю, дамочка. В лотке полно игральных костей разнообразных форм и цветов. Их тут сотни. Автомат с конфетами переделали под хранение 1000 кубиков.
Hello, I'm Nia.
Вы кто?
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Вы, наверное, меня с кем-то перепутали. Я не стучал в окно.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Погоди, что вы имеете в виду, когда говорите мильё?
Yes, a milli is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Почему спрашиваете меня об игральных костях?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Нет.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Возможно, честно говоря, я не очень уверен, зачем пришел.
How strange. Well, if you're interested, my rate is 10 lira per set. Unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
Как вы стали речиться игральных
How
костей?
did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
А сами вы любите ролевые
Not
игры?
especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Что вам известно о человеке, над которым учинили самосуд во дворе танцев в тропе?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
О,
The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
и вы даже ни разу не оторвались от работы, чтобы посмотреть в
I
окно?
might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Что вы называете обычной
Well,
суетой?
there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
Вы часто работаете по вечерам в
It's
воскресенье?
an odd profession, making dice for people. But I like it. And I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
Ладно.
Nods.
Anything else, officer?
Ладно, где мы вообще находимся? Что это за
We're
место?
inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
Хорошо, я хотел бы заказать у вас игры. Стоп, подожди. Слышал, это место проклято. Вы знали, что его называют проклятой торговой зоной?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Подожди, а как вы тогда объясните, что случилось со всеми этими
It's
компаниями?
just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Я здесь по просьбе Плезанции. Она убеждена, что это место пронизано негативной
This
энергией.
one's the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Плезанция мудрая женщина. Она использует семенинский талисман для защиты от проклятия.
The Seminese trinkets, of course.
But it doesn't. This is merely a sarcastic response.
All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
То есть танцы в тропе это тоже часть проклятой торговой зоны?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Central project.
Да, но это же отдельное здание. Негативная энергия не может туда добраться.
Then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Плезанция считает это потому, что источник энергии зловредная сущность.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Я начинаю понимать, что никакого проклятия не существует, лишь коммерческие решения и естественное колебание рынка.
Exactly. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Знаешь, что случилось с остальными арендаторами? Сейчас здесь больше никого
More
нет.
or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Парикмахерская.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
Что плохого в экспериментах? Их клиентам стоило мыслить более
I
прогрессивно.
guess it just wasn't the time yet.
Что случилось с тренажерным
It wasn't
залом?
merely a gym, it was Artemidep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Чё за Артемитеп?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Возможно, это именно то, что нужно Куно, общественный боксерский клуб.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
Мелкий рыжий гремлин любит освинять
Oh
трупы.
yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth? Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
И что же стало с этим общественным проектом?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
It's not really full of that.
Амфетамин это ж вроде бы наркотик.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza.
Ну что насчет разбитых окон?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they
Хороший
never came
вопрос.
back with the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Что за снаф милье?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some
Oh.
people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to let.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
А здесь кто-то занимается таксидермией. Я нашел множество чучел
You mean
животных.
Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else?
Жуткие
There used to
манекены.
be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Не знал, что у насекомых есть права.
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
Они получили по заслугам, делать одежду из крыльев жуков — это ужасная
At least
идея.
it had some spark to it. Most young designers just combine lace with leather and call it original.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
А что за выпусти винтов и
They were
лыжи?
made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
Но это же незаконно, вот так взять и сбежать с деньгами компании. Почему его не
Sure,
арестовали?
it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around.
They were just props. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait. Forget it. It would take too long.
Я нашел странную машину.
Fortune's accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
В смысле?
The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
Почему пошло не так?
I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Серьезно, должен быть неповерное эго завело их очень
That's
далеко.
what I thought. Because when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep up new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
Очень жаль, я бы их поддержал, проект выглядел интересным.
Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Anything else?
В подвале я нашел ужасное чучело медведя.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really
Ладно.
just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Ну чего не ждали? 20 центимов в час тоже почти бесплатно. Я удивлен тому, что они вообще приходили на
Oh,
работу.
but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
Затем не
Of
сработало.
course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glass A 5000. Glass A 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Уверен, медведь старался как
Maybe,
мог.
because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't. Doing his best, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Мегатерион.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
Дикий
It's an
зверь.
imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
Мне нечего сказать про наркотики.
Understandable. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time.
Я нашел домофон у подъезда этого здания, но он не
Oh,
работает.
right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Так вы говорите, что кнопка без таблички на фоне ваша?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
Так вы говорите, что... Так, я хотел спросить про танцевтерапия. Этот кафетерий входит в один комплекс вместе с вашим зданием?
Say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom. Albeit, I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Я видел на домофоне табличку «Зал пинбол автоматов Восточная Дельта».
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Так, надо бы с тобой переговорить на этот счет. Я позвонил в компанию SK Slipstream, произошла странная вещь, мне
It
ответили.
can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
Та женщина сказала, что она из Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Возможно, это была какая-нибудь редкая неполадка в электросети.
Prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. Sure, I'm listening.
Еще вопросы по поводу
I'm
домов.
pretty sure it still doesn't work. But sure, what do you want to know? Sure, I'm listening. Good.
Больше
I
ничего.
hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Ха-ха. Блин. Низкие шансы, но... Ладно, я попробую. Почему ее предприятие осталось на плаву?
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Мне кажется, или здесь жарковато?
No, I don't feel hot. We're in a derelict smokestack. If anything, then it's cold here. And why would you do that? Oh no, not the zipper.
A tool to get the zipper open.
And what technique is that?
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He's still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Officer, this isn't how mature adults deal with their feelings.
Now you feel something. The cold
блин.
of shame washing over you.
Gladly.
Боже.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. What do you mean by cursed? Alright, how about I surprise you? Come back in 8 hours with 7 real, and I'll give you your cursed die. Maybe you have some other ideas for dice? No need to rush. Take a look around, see if anything inspires you.
Хорошо. Так. Зато вы хотя бы узнали, что это за дамочка была. И оказывается, что она разрабатывала как раз таки игральные кости для ролевых игр. Интересно. Мне кажется, что там что-то есть. Так, и давайте-ка сохранимся. Так, минуточку. Такс. Так, подождите. вроде все нормально. Так. Хорошо. Я понимаю, что это не чисто, но я не собираюсь терпеть. Хорошо. Так, теперь разблокировать. О, да. Так. Требка собирательства усвоить. Пальцы пистолета 9 мм. Усвоить. Хорошо.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Попробуем. Ну, блин.
You managed to hoist it. See? This place is... Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to smash through that back door.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running. Clears your head.
Так, грубая сила 5 получается, да? К сожалению, не повысить. Ну ладно. Так. Раз уж штаты повысились, то почему бы мне не попробовать нечто другое?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Aside from getting naked, you're not sure what else to do. The building holds no more answers for you.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's but when I arrived,
Plaisance was right. There's an entity lived.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She...
Так, ладно. Раз уж не тут делать-то и нечего. Давайте пойдем на задний двор. Может быть, что-то там есть. Да ладно. Все равно что-то должно же быть с этой стороны, я имею в виду. Ага, вот где мы. Ладно. О, дамочка там. Попробуем тебя снять, дружище.
There he still is, looking. Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing.
Да что ж такое?
All that's left is crying and convulsing, dryly insane.
Officer, you just
Relax.
Ладно, потом.
Have you come to make?
please.
The lieutenant does not.
Don't listen to them. You can pay tribute to Kuno with drugs.
Так, надо бы с той дамочкой поговорить.
Was that? Could it be the Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just Joe. There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
Ничего, прислушаемся.
Once again, you're about to rediscover a long-lost species. Yeah, but how are you going to catch it? It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come towards you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be looking for are healthy women of childbearing age. Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets. Keep your ears peeled, Ben. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Хорошо. Вот опять.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
Там что-то есть. Из вентиляции несет затхлым картофельным погребом по весне.
The woman with
Вот опять. Знаешь название Лос 87 радиогород. Это кажется важным. Эта книга описывала, что должно биться сильного франко-нигрийского тела в ближайшем тренажерном зале. Так. Посмотрим. И сейчас будем все скуплять. У нас бесконечные деньги есть. Хули. Кстати, даже все прокачанные статы, они не дают вообще ничего.
a small mountain of colorful board.
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game. If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely
Легает
muscular
мне какая-нибудь из этих книг?
A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts twitching.
Ох, это еще
Your
что?
hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very muscular man from Hyundai in chains, kneeling in front of a staircase leading to a throne. A woman, she's laughing at him, belittling him. Between the throne and the Hyundala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman's headdress looks like a pair of devil horns. The title reads, Man from Hyundala and the Devil Woman.
Любопытно.
The display before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyundala novels.
Oh yes, certainly. Another good sale. It is a bestseller for a reason.
Так, мне надо с вами переговорить.
What have you found?
Я пообщался о сущности, о которой вы говорили.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
Я просканирую Ару, она невиновна в
I don't
проклятии.
understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How
The narrative she's built herself, it does need tearing down. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is king. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Она сказала, что дело в капитализме банкротство неотъемлемая черта экономики.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
Да, систему необходимо нет. Весь вопрос разве что всемирная революция.
Another revolution?
Главная встреча коммунизма, ачивка.
I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished nothing. And now you're telling me these intellectual things to cover up for it. It's okay. You don't have to. I was wrong to trust another person. I will manage this psychic calamity as I always have. Alone. On my own. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
Wow. Total psychic collapse between you two right now. There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just too far gone into her own mind.
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, man. Can we go now?
Да, пошли отсюда. Кстати, можешь еще и...
Shelves filled to the brim with crime fiction. These books, with what's more, they not a single mention of all the strip. You see, a killing is declared. Dick Owner turns yes, tragedy. After all this, you still haven't found the
Кто
answer.
такой Дик
One
Малин?
question is, your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
Нет, дело в чем-то
Perhaps
другом.
you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere. Then
Может
this is the
быть.
book for you.
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
Так, с минуточку. Может, какая-то мысля, разве нет? Нет.
Shelves full of biographies of
A true cultural touchstone.
several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye can
I'm sorry, officer. The map, they're quite valuable, though they might not look it. Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
This large ozone disintegrates in the north, radiating outwards from you can. 800 of the ocean connections to other worlds. What the north to the crude? It's so no. This isn't element radiating outwards from you. The suzerain, you can 800 the ocean connections to other world.
Так, ладно. Что еще тут? У
This
нас?
bookstore is not amidst the various books. The point of the book, and many others on this various paranatural.
Sir, please, I can't have you end up like.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you?
Так, с толку. Короче, скупляем все. Деньги позволяют, но ладно. Это не суть. Суть в том, что игра-то будет длинная, я это чувствую. Ну вот опять мысли. Что ж такое? Просто эротическая литература, но без настоящей эротики. Деревья, что нацарапано, едва видно. Не забывай, остальное затерлось со временем.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Отверстие от пуль. Вот тут.
There? Those are old.
Хочешь сказать, я нищий с
Yes, the
революции?
one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Ладно, пошли тогда. Хули я тогда тут делаю? О, Рене, я хотел с тобой поговорить.
Vigilance officer, what can this all?
As Rennie turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly. Two, the
Скоро
larger one
медали.
is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun. A crowned head in front of two crossed rifles. The medal hangs behind each striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty. A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiant written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the revolution.
Ваши награды. Не за убийство детей или что-то типа того.
No. We were the last ones to keep all the baby killers and rapists in check. And let me tell you, son, if there hadn't been Royal Carabiniers, Revelshul might not be standing at all.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
Так за что тебе наградили
For doing
медалями?
my duty in the heat of battle, for looking my mortality in the eye, when men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revelshul. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Coron and were getting really ambitious. King Frizzell thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Представляю.
Despises that dry sand.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camel.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say march, I mean, made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Настоящая кровавая баня.
He was shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
It's painful to even think about.
И что потом?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnaud, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Я бы сдался, не знаю, как можно жить без челюсти.
I hoisted the prick on my back and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jailless freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty.
А ты скромничаешь, Рене?
In his
Очень даже
will,
скромничаешь.
and untarnished self-worth. The old carabiner stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Brison. 2 days later that was.
Ого, за 2 дня 2 километра? Значит, более 7 км? Охуеть.
Still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Сколько?
Pride in his voice. It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Очень впечатляет, вот такие люди, как Рене, сделали когда-то Револьшуль великим.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly, and you need to get your hands bloody too.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Почему ты так презираешь Дрисана?
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it.
Голит, приветик, как делишки?
Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. 782
Только не пиши, пожалуйста, капсом, потому что Найтбот этого не любит. Давно я тебя не видел.
Whoa, man-loving? Is that even a word? It is not.
Ладно.
Bah, there were many such stories in those days. Many such men too. True revolutionaries. Men with backbone.
Что там у вас
Yes.
происходит? А то у меня много всего.
And everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please bring those days back if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again.
Ну, помню, а что?
Was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Что ты можешь рассказать об этом ружье?
Isabel McGrave. 4.46.
Да, живой. Просто переименовал свой канал и все.
Good weapon, accurate, and
Творчество Сергея Тармашева, если я ничего не путаю.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing, and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
Тут, в подвале.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Когда я нашел твою будку?
Yes, the Bavure Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight.
Ты должен видеть хоть что-то в ночь убийства. Твоя будка смотрит прямо во двор.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday.
Просто я уже сказал, его канал называется «Творчество Сергея Тармышева». Так, а кто тебя в ту ночь подменял?
No one. The boss has been on man since last Monday. There's no other guard. It's just me.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday.
Yes. It's not actually an issue. I mean...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for him. It's mostly decorative.
То есть, ему пофигу, сидит он там или нет.
Someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD.
Ох, сколько ж тут вопросов-то.
Reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Родной должен собирать ренту за свои услуги, инвестировать в прибыль, нанять еще несколько человек, расшириться и повторить. Работа за зарплату — это тупик.
Yes. Can we conclude the topic of my gout now?
Ладно.
Going to become an entrepreneur.
Я видел фотографию твою. На ней были ты, а кто девушка?
She is nobody. This is none of your concern. I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Понятно.
Yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses
А
sharp.
если удивить тебя с моим героизмом?
Go long, go deep, go unconventional.
В моей истории нет стрельбы, крови и выпущенных кишок, но я хочу рассказать тебе о другом подходе к героизму.
Sure, officer. Let's hear your take.
Представь, как ты появляешься вдруг в этом мире
I'm
ниоткуда.
not following you.
He'll get it. Don't worry. Just continue. He's gonna be impressed.
Представь, как ты не знаешь ничего, кроме сладостного забвения, и вдруг просыпаешься от невыносимой боли.
The man stares at you, silently frowning. Doesn't look like he's imagining it.
И когда ты готов уже на все, чтобы боль ушла, ты открываешь глаза. И понимаешь, что тело, в котором находишься ты, стало пустой оболочкой, все воспоминания пропали.
You're talking about getting blackout shit-faced drunk and going into delirium, right?
The lieutenant looks up from his notes and nods to the old carabiner.
Мой рассказ гораздо больше.
How so, then?
Это был трансцендентный опыт. Я заглянул за вуаль.
The lieutenant sighs audibly, but keeps his eyes on the notebook.
And I thought getting my knee shattered and surviving on rat carcasses in the trench was bad. Here, have one of my medals. You've earned it, officer.
Your sarcasm will be your undoing, old man.
Спасибо, Рене. Нет. Я этого не заслуживаю.
Can we get back to our game now?
He mumbled. You certainly had me fooled. Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Rivershoal West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit's singularity lasts.
Так, повышается стойкость. Все белые проверки разблокированы. Лимит улучшения повышается до 4. Хорошо. Ебой. Оу, yeah. Так, минуточку. Мужчинка.
I have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's
René, hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Ты говорил о Жанне Мари Бьюли. Кто это такая?
Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Rivershoal. Maybe the entire world.
do not defile her memory, Gaston.
Так вы оба ее знаете?
Knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire lives, just 2 houses apart. The 3 of us have been best friends since we were born.
А, так вы были друзья.
His first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
Спокойно, парни, не надо устраивать бучу.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the 3 of us were just learning to walk and talk.
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over a pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You, no point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when we have company.
Что с ней случилось?
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage, peaceful.
О боже.
I were both by her bedside when she
Died. No use sugarcoating it. Won't bring her back, will it?
departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met.
A quick grimace of pain passes over René's features, but he immediately regains control. His face now a dispassionate mask again.
Почему она была нерешительная?
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, or which one of us to marry. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married.
Нет ничего плохого в том, чтобы сперва обдумать все варианты.
Technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
Так, понятно.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
Что ты знаешь о мертвеце?
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and no.
Then
А, ну да.
I would.
What? He doesn't seem to...
I'm.
of course.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence? Oh yes. Not the.
So that he doesn't know
Of course, I hate the socialist rabble. Even what?
the old there, lest we
Я
leave.
это еще вчера слышал.
I think. Oh,
Well,
That's why Gaston isn't.
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. of it.
He
Of course.
I
On you.
no, thank you. For me, I'm
The only
suddenly ale the sound. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a rib
believe.
you can barely, and then it hits you.
Fuck off! It's mine.
A glimmer of respect,
Sorry.
and it's
when the dissidents come to rape our country, he hides.
all right. This is how we're gonna
Like
an array. This lattice works, like lettuce work.
that's
Beautiful.
so sad.
No problem. You just need his for research and development first.
I hope you are not just tricking an old man out of the little he has left. Okay, sure. Everybody wins. But
Так,
Finger pistols.
пальцы пистолета 9 миллиметров. Чё это?
Snap, snap, baby. Turns out guns aren't that much for protecting as they are for attacking people. If you want to protect people, really work for them, you have to whip out your signature dual 9mm Villiers finger pistols. Who needs real guns anyway? That conversation you just had, it would have gone better had you snapped those bad boys at them. Note, 9mm dual finger pistols do not count for an actual weapon.
Так, увеличится скорость реакции. Предохранитель всегда снят, если в руках ничего нет. Плюс внушение. Угу. Так, если я ничего не путаю, то можно зайти в ломбард и много чем затариться. Давайте мы, в принципе, так и поступим. Я, конечно, дико извиняюсь, что я пропускаю многие моменты, но большинство диалогов я еще вчера слышал.
Try to find something pretty and cool here. Yes. Buy something nice. The boomboxes wait on the shelf.
Магнитофон беру.
Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Так, беру фонарь.
Martinelli, street lights like this one were part of.
Excellent choice. I'm almost sad to part with it. It is quite heavy. You're going to need a truck. That's alright. I can keep it here for you until you find one. It's no problem. Come back any time to look at it. It's your sort of street light now.
A wise investment, I agree. The best part is that you can't carry it around. I would really dislike it if you could.
Так, пока ставим тут уличный фонарь.
Hello, hello. Let me... The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds for that matter.
У меня есть хобби, как у всех нормальных людей, потому что нормальный человек.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply otherwise. But it's been a while since I've gone hunting for the Coldima Madakwa myself. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore. And started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds, and this was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that.
Ближе к делу. Остались записи или нет?
I'm not sure. I wasn't even sure about our old recordings, which I no longer have. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for. Would you like to hear?
Do we really have time for this?
Ставь птичью песню.
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest. Breathing is becoming difficult. That's an illusion. Your breathing is just as it was and will remain that way unless you start panicking. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. It feels as though someone is standing just outside your range of vision and watching you, doing this to you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
Чайки.
And skewers, but
That's it. The signal in the noise. The thin whisper. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Imamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds. Of course, it's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape.
Хорошо.
What a shirt. All other
Welcome to Hyomdal, officer.
Так, ладно. Пора выходить. Зайдем еще в пару магазов, тоже кое-что скупим. Хули бы нет. Попробуем снять тело. Ну и еще что-то. Одно я знаю точно. Тут, в принципе, я застрял надолго.
If he really wants to save the economy,
Gotta prepare for springtime. Shine on the
stylish shades, huh?
a man who knows his style. A good starter pair of his. Everything's still cool here, officer.
The speakers below. You should go over and ask.
Super cool. Now the premium
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hand.
Разбей колонки.
is yours, officer.
Хорошо. Заебись. Минуточку. Поступь нечеловеческая. Всего лишь собака, не более. Вы знаете, как называется? В какой-то веке я купил то, что хотел.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Я слышал, что среди шоферов есть женщина, но ее, похоже, тут нет. Ты знаешь эту ролевую даму?
Wanna talk about that?
Не хочу давить, но мне нужна твоя помощь. Похоже, она замешана в делах с наркотиками.
I was hoping it isn't gonna be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
Как она
A
выглядит?
youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here, blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
A
Как
friend,
она тебе?
an acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
Что за человек? Как ее
Thank
зовут?
God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why. I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
It's true. We would have caught a lie, but a kind heart is tricky. Bah, emotional victory. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Когда она уехала?
Damn, I don't want to. Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
Поверь, это действительно
I
так.
just can't, man. I'm not naive.
Ты говоришь, что у нее свои тараканы, что это
She's got
значит?
the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
Ну, тебе приветик, как делишки?
It is with you.
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
Я не прошу тебя стучать, просто ответь на несколько вопросов.
It's snitching, man. I know what it is.
Не говорили, что все ее боятся. Ты нет?
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind,
Наконец поиграл в ту игру, в которую я мечтал, Hollow Knight. И как она тебе?
the trouble it was giving her.
The pain it was causing her.
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows something. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then acquaintances. And he's okay with others ratting her out. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need the
А я, кстати, вчера прошел Angry Birds Trilogy, спидран полностью. Она подозревает, ты должен мне сказать, где она, иначе я не смогу закончить расследование.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Где находится ролевая дама?
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
The lorry's still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
Что-нибудь еще? Не знаешь, где она сейчас?
No, I don't know.
И как ключи оказались у тебя?
She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose.
За что можешь, кстати, Тануки посмотреть, он без комментариев и так далее.
Drivers would have to tow it or break in to get
И, кстати, без читов вроде.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I bet you are.
Кое-чем
Now,
другом.
I need to think my own thoughts now. Pray forgiveness for my sins. Go check your cabin. I hope it gets you something.
Так, хорошо. А я вот, кстати, сейчас играю в диску Elysium. Знаешь, игра, в принципе, нравится. Правда, помимо того, что здесь он дает целый район, где мы должны расследовать одно, мать его, убийство. И тут, оказывается, много подводных камней. Которые, в принципе, чтобы рассказать, не хватит даже... Я не знаю. Не хватит даже
The
дня.
tea machine stands in the corner. A sign says 1 bottle equals. A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you. Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope.
A colourful display of cigarettes.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and Here you go, mister. Here you go, mister. Here you go, mister. Here you go, mister.
Вот и все.
Welcome to
What's that magazine she's reading?
Продолжим. У меня к тебе вопросы.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone.
У Фрита есть склад позади танцев
A
копья.
warehouse. I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescence.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. Not really. No. I don't know, really.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to...
Okay. Uh-huh. A warehouse.
She looks up from
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse.
Так, понятно, она ничего не знает насчет того склада. За них попадал в хайп, доказательство этому факту, что Pokemon Go первый программ в 2020-м. Отличное время для этого. Большинство неws было 5 лет назад. Знаешь, я не удивлен. И, кстати, даже несмотря на то, что это, кстати, именно ролевая игра, ребят, не думайте, что это как раз таки легкая ролевая игра. На деле нет. Здесь все намного сложнее. Намного сложнее, я имею в виду. Потому что здесь вы не сможете вот так вот просто взять и это расследование закрыть. Ибо тут вам надо вникнуть во все происходящее.
looking right through you. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
Давай, трупик. Пора тебя снять.
Hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh, tattoos and tendons. This delicate machine, ready for picking. Instinctively you crack your fingers.
Это всегда так?
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His
Посмотрите ему в глаза.
milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. These eyes used to be blue, baby blue. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside.
Мертвец, скажи мне, кто ты?
What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
I'm gone.
А где ты?
Into the wild pale yonder.
Где
In
это?
the past. Way out west.
Я вижу, что тебя уже нет, но кто ты?
I'm a joke. Look at me.
В тебе нет ничего
There is
смешного.
nothing funny about jokes either.
Кто ты был при жизни?
Killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Takes one to know one.
У меня к тебе другой вопрос.
Tobo.
Что происходит?
What do you mean?
Я с тобой разговариваю.
It's the power of your
Да.
imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions.
А почему я действительно так люблю вопросы?
Questions? Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Это мегамерически смешное количество
Coming
вопросов.
right up, copperoony rooney. This is getting upbeat now.
Меня зовут Руни.
But no, you're no rooney.
Я совершенно точно не ирония.
Between you and me, your name is probably Harry.
В последнее время имя Гарри очень часто всплывает в разговорах.
You might be onto something there.
Почему мне кажется, будто я забыл что-то ужасное?
Because you have
Кто тебя убил?
love did me in, brother Copo. It was love all along.
А ты можешь задать мне вопрос?
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
Что именно?
Looking at my face, motionless, looking into my eye, standing here.
Ну что он так сказал?
You're a lying sack of shit, Copo. You're doing this because there is nothing else to do. Everything else is over. It's just me now.
Ты противный, скучный, вонючий.
Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
Меня все
There
колеванной.
you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you will be just like me. Just keep drinking and having a good time. It's a matter of will.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area. Tiny red lines on the skin.
Да
of the
ладно,
face
ничего не потерял?
More like days, Copper. The clock is ticking. Your liver tells you so.
Хватит.
Come back later, Copo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible. Also, see me in your dreams.
Посмотрим на
The
ботинки.
material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Это броня.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique A6. That's not just any notebook.
А ну
It's
подробнее о
clearly
броне.
some manner of super armor or future armor. Super future armor. I'm useless.
Что именно за броня?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous and armor. This is advanced stuff.
А где
Piece
остальные?
by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. Maybe he'll know something.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil.
От чего? Разве моя смертная булочка нуждается в защите?
Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable. Cast it in ceramic shell. Resist death.
Может, у него из брони были только эти ботинки?
He must have worn something precious underneath his clothes. They've removed all his clothes to get to it. They did not just strip him for the putrid rags.
Хорошо, где
Someone
остальная
could have
одежда?
cleaned the yard, but that's a question for the red hat thing.
I hear you, cop, talking shit about the Kuno. Come here and say it to Kuno's face. You wanna
Иди
fuck
нахер.
me, huh? You wanna fuck the Kuno?
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the basmati, and the like. This one still has his underpants.
What? Are you trying to ignore me now, fuckface?
Иди нахер.
This shit is super boring and the guy's a total victopaz.
Такой материал выглядит здесь неуместным.
It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
О каких суммах идет речь?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rent.
Подожди, то есть я получаю 5500 реалов в год?
Not too much, yes.
Позор какой, я должен больше судиться и меньше ненавидеть.
I have no idea what that means.
Как-то человек мог позволить себе такое дорогое
It's
обмундирование?
for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions.
А что в предварительном отчете?
Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same.
Слишком круто для простого охранника.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Так,
This
тень за
feels
ботинок.
dangerous. Are you sure?
Да.
The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Лейтенант, вид у тебя тревожный, что такое?
You're about to pull his head off.
Я не
Stop
гопник.
obsessing about your sexuality, officer. You are about to seriously compromise the coroner's case.
Indeed,
Ладно.
from this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more. Being dead for a week has all but liquefied his muscles.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot?
Ну что, не детектив, что ли? В этом ботинке могут быть улики.
Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside to the boys at processing? Just these ones. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the locals haven't scavenged them yet?
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down, and second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
Ладно.
The anticipation makes you crack your
Сначала.
fingers. Feels nice. Nice and cracky.
А ботинки?
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fight. Should we continue?
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. The pry bar in your hand is itching for some action. The metal connects with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get louder. The only difference is a barely audible click underneath. Sounds like the end of a long dice roll.
Did you hear that? A click?
Да.
This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See these lines?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right saboteur, where you notice the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination: E50, 100, 1000.
Серийный номер.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745 678222. Let's lie.
Нет.
Have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue.
Осмотрим
The
ремень.
hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under six-rotor airships. Oh my, There's something on the belt, a familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you.
Какое
Vermilion
слово?
in yellow letters along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
Не самый подходящий момент, чтобы выпить.
Extremely.
Не спрашивай, кто я знаю, это ремень для швартовки грузов на воздушных судах.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Судя по всему, это армированная версия для авиаперевозок, об этом говорит мой мозг.
The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Что ты имеешь в виду про ней, Харди?
Right now, everything seems to fit their confession.
Явно хотели, чтобы он оставался на дереве. Канат армирован стальными волокнами.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
Как они его вообще туда подняли?
The noose is one of those things that's easier to get one way around.
Они что, забрались наверх по детской лесенке?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the bucket.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp, and
Так,
torso
татуировки.
covered in tattoo. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak. Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already, most of the canvas that's holding it has darkened. Now, it disintegrates slowly, letting out a stink.
Как ничего не
Map
было.
of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great century Messina, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
Я что упускаю?
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Что это?
Triggered Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices, primarily projectors. The camera before you looks familiar somehow.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody knows. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
Зачем нам может понадобиться эта
It
фотография?
contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter to us. Someone should decipher it.
Можно мне? Я посмотрю попозже без этого трупного
Just
смрада.
don't lose it.
Мгм.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. An intricate web of blue lines.
Так, прищуриться это идти
As you
назад.
narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. his fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Лицо и руки розовые, бедра тоже.
His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
Его били, видишь эти синяки?
Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sprat.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
Думаю, что после смерти он пребывал в вертикальном положении. Кожа на руках и шея потеряла цвет.
Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging.
You would still like the hypostasis marks in the neck to be a bit more pronounced.
Как по мне, похоже на самосуд.
Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him down before signing a probable cause of death.
Я думаю, что он труп.
His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead.
Эту мысль лучше не сказывать, она слишком громоздкая.
Sure, the corpse looks by, oblivious. Black decay liquid drops from his knee to his boot.
Из него что-то
A
течет.
pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Может, он в туалет перед смертью сходил.
Maybe.
But there is no
Дышимся.
breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils.
Опять я хочу у тебя кое-что спросить.
Of course. You have questions, don't you? Come back later, Coppo.
Как будем его снимать?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's down.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Все.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters. They don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship's strength material.
An acrobatic maneuver would solve the situation. Nothing can go wrong with a good maneuver.
Мы бы подогнать... Мы могли бы подогнать твою монокарету, забраться на крышу и оттуда срезать ремень. По идее.
I have thought of that, yes. But the tire tracks would compromise the scene. Any prints would become illegible. That's if we get it through the hole in the fence. Also, my MC has a sloped roof. It's a sports model. The roof is slippery, an all-around bad platform to stand on.
Я тебя подсажу.
But I take you, piggyback.
The fuck are these pigs talking about?
The bank or something. It's fucking boring, Kuno.
А ты уверен, что выдержишь мой вес, лейтенант?
I wasn't actually implying I would. I meant it's a bad idea.
It's a fucking hilarious idea. You two puscapars get on top of each other and fuck.
In silence, the lieutenant gives you a meaningful glance, as if to say, case in point.
Нужно пилить ветку.
Climb up there and saw the branch?
It seems unclimbable, cause the ladder is treacherously rotten. But you could use your hands and feet to reach around the tree, then hang from the branch.
Honestly, I prefer a non-acrobatic solution to this.
Почему?
Clown cops climb tree, fall down. Enraged cop assaults children after falling from tree. Cretin cop, delightable, saws the branch he's sitting on, literally. Local children report corpse mutilation.
Ты издеваешься?
Climb that shit, monkeys!
See, you're only making them do those things less.
Я не боюсь газет. Мы не должны их бояться.
We should be very afraid of newspapers and the radio stations too. We should be wary of enticing them in any way.
То есть мы позволим этой ребятне просто сбугать, помешать
What
работе?
I'm proposing is, we save acrobatic tricks as the last resort, after we've tried everything else.
These have got to be the most fucking boring multiple parts I've ever seen.
Может у нас получится отстрелить ремень?
Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch, that's a good spot to aim.
Вон там пряжку держит ремень.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
No miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
Лейтенант, стреляй, что плохого может
I
случиться?
blew his head off.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow Stess position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Молчим.
The king's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
Да
"A
в
lot of things
смысле?
were wrong with that shot. The fellow Stess was the wrong choice. His shoulders are raised, but above all, he cannot trust his eyesight.
You idiot!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
Все в порядке,
Kuno's
приятель.
sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
Соберись, черт
Remain
возьми.
collegiate, officer. It was an honest mistake, and I will not repeat it.
Попробуешь еще
No,
раз?
we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself.
Давай я
It's bad
попробую.
as it is, us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
I only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana pointer! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
Так, взвесить
The
пистолет.
piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger. You've held this, a P9 Armistice, before. At some point it probably used to be your choice of firearm. It still feels comfortable, like you never laid it down.
What the fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and ready to break under your finger. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
А ну-ка, давай. Уху!
The bucket
Получилось.
explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Кто тебя убил?
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor of his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Полицию вызывали?
The Ace is High, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The gesture is spread across the world, despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves. You could add an Ace's low to it, if you like, by turning your back after the high.
Ударить по ладони и ждать пилотской пятерни.
The high arrives with a sharp slap. As you turn around, there is a moment of doubt. Feels like that low ain't gonna connect. Chill. It's gonna connect. But then it does, and with furious precision. The lieutenant is not one to leave an Ace's low hanging.
I knew these guys were.
Да, мы пидоришь. В чем проблема?
With laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's clear he enjoys himself.
I knew they suck each other off.
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Да.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells. The fall seems to have released something deep inside it.
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy.
К наружному осмотру.
The 4 phases of a murder scene. 1. Investigation of the scene. I can't say I'm satisfied with that part yet. We should search for prints, maybe. And a trash container too. 2. Initial examination of the victim. We were exhaustive in our efforts then. Good job. 3. Field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed on the scene.
The fuck are they on about?
Cops are gonna cut his shit up.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, this stinks.
А, у нас есть специалист, который может заняться наружным осмотром, врача какого-нибудь.
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup, we do it all.
Да, я чувствую себя настоящим детективом.
Have assigned you the case otherwise. This case is important.
Так, твой
In
пистолет.
the meantime, we should interview Evrard Claire, the leader of the union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor is just east of here, and we've already found a way in. I would also suggest we interview Joyce, the Wild Pines representative, but we've already done that, so good for us. 1 down, 1 to go.
Так. Это и есть знаменитый список первичных опросов.
And those were the interviewees. Let's go.
Так, хорошо.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
Что?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Слушай, просто пытаюсь сделать свою работу. Тут ни к чему витиеватости.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular copper. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Почему нет? Отправляй свою телеграмму, мне следиться нечего.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Так, и мысли. Так, пилотская пятерня усвоить. Обычные служители закона усвоить. Так, что у нас тут?
What do you see?
А ничего. Что, Куно, расстроился, да? Ох ты бедняжка.
Inside, with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do
Sure.
know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
По ничего не знаю, какой от тебя
You
толк.
must have me confused with the Copperpedia.
А кто это? Мне с ней поговорить.
You, sir, you are the Copperpedia.
На самом деле, я, кажется, забыл, что такое наружный осмотр.
It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene by the detectives responsible. One takes note, the other dictates. The goal is to establish cause of death.
А скальпель нам для этого нужен?
Scalpel is not always required. I hope this is one of those cases. Latex gloves are, however.
Ладно, за дело.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
Ладно.
I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes.
Хорошо.
In your
Куда
paperwork,
записывать?
officer, just fill out the field autopsy form.
Я потерял свои формы.
Now they only have one paperwork too.
Officer, what haven't you lost?
Мои ботинки оба при мне, представляешь, я нашел второй.
Good. Otherwise you would only have one shoe now. I can give you my paperwork. There's an autopsy form there. Several actually, but only if it helps move things along.
I should have just brought a dictaphone, he mumbles.
Не жаль, что все потерял.
Yes, well,
It's okay to cry, Runkari.
Ладно, давай воспользуемся твоими бланками.
right. The autopsy form is near the end.
Так.
You find a moment as the lieutenant inspects the dead man's fingernails. Just a few glances. The pages are filled with a bulky freehand that's nearly illegible. Still, you could make out a case with a curious title. The Man with the Hole in His Head. It's very hard to draw conclusions. All you can make out is that he is in a hurry to solve the case. The tempo of the handwriting says as much, and that there are a lot of notes in there. Most of them are made prior to arriving at the scene in preparation. It's not spelled out explicitly, but the lieutenant fears a tear is forming between the liberal moralist establishment of Revachol and her populist citizenry. This populist force, the popery of far right and left, is exemplified in the Débardeurs Union. Their strike, if allowed to escalate into violence, adds to the growing sense of civil war in the city. He's extremely neutral, even in his notes.
Сказать что-нибудь о себе.
King's primary concern when dealing with the situation in Martinez. Maybe you're imagining it, but there are some remarks in there, and they're not all negative. You're referred to as the 41st by your station number.
И что?
And the 41st comes off as a moderately competent detective. This appears to be a case investigated about 3 weeks ago. A workplace accident. The titular character's wife tries to get compensation. The company was not forthcoming. It's hard to make out if the hole was fatal.
О, вот оно. Так, мертвец, ответь ко мне на вопрос. Так что ж тебя убило, любовь или коммунизм? Ты сказал, что тебя убила любовь, но когда упал, говорил, что это был коммунизм.
I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
You really need to learn the
Чё?
difference, buddy. This is embarrassing.
Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento
Найти борт
mori
для
feature,
должного осмотра.
if possible. Also, see me in your dream.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It
Так,
begins with
пункт первый. Ассистент. Я не знаю, ответ даже на самый первый вопрос.
Not an energetic start to an autopsy, I agree.
Pig's messed up. Kuno feels pity.
Just leave it empty, officer.
Ладно.
the corpse lies there, indifferent to your retrograde.
Пункт второй.
amnesia.
Регистрационный номер.
KK57.
Ага.
Next.
Пункт третий. Имя.
Next.
Пункт четвертый. Дата рождения. Пункт пятый. Возраст.
Roughly 50.
О,
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side.
ладно,
The corpse
впишем.
looks ageless, like meat on a hook. Teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your eyes turn watery.
Пункт шестой. Происхождение.
Fair to olive skin, from the Isola of Mundi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Пункт седьмой. Пол.
Male.
Pigs can have sex.
Nor
Мужской.
does he look now, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
Пункт восьмой. Дата
We're
смерти.
still going with March 4th. 51.
04.03.51.
9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815 listens motionless, with the cargo belt still around his neck. Only one box remains.
Пункт 11. Признаки манипуляции.
At least not after the initial examination.
А что подразумевается под манипуляцией?
Interfering with the body's position or words post-mortem.
А. Согласен, трупное пятна указывает на линчевание.
And again, the right lividity is easy to produce if you know what you're doing.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Road, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Crouton. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude. Most of the apartments are unoccupied. This was a suicide, the other an accident, the small one. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its
Так.
surroundings. A thicket
По
of
пунктам.
boxes and lists on red copy paper tries to answer why.
Результат внешнего осмотра.
The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's...
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them.
Не упоминать ботинки.
Boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a triggered mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, yellow. Length, 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other hand. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature, below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
Так, волосы
The
трупа
hair under your
потрогаем.
latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet.
Накрыться легонько.
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to the latex of the glove, like thread off a rag doll's head. There must be brilliantine in there. He's combed his hair back with oil.
Так, записать. Информацию, включая бреулин.
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and face. Consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Consistent with predation. Ligature mark. Still wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
О да, я готов.
The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
Так, ладно.
After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together, sweat forming on your brow.
Надавить.
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters. Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
No! It's gonna happen, see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
This
The
is a
dead man's
cheese.
penis is average sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. You should touch it.
Записать и продолжить.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
Last item, hands.
The hand feels heavy, filled with decay liquids, like it's ready to explode if squeezed hard enough. You're suddenly repulsed, so much so you feel compelled to drop it.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
Мы, может, дали их найти?
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's
Так.
all for the exam. Well done. What next?
Пункт 2. Результат осмотра органов.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Если из этой истории и можем вести какую-то мораль...
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
Мозг очень чувствителен к перебоям кровоснабжения.
That may well be the moral of every story, officer.
Нет сведений.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house at night.
Yeah, jack that fucker up!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and
Рейс рассмотреть.
No scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything in.
Еще раз,
You manage to
поглубже.
suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More meat and darkness.
hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. NA.
Почему? Разве мы ничего не можем выяснить?
Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Нет.
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder and bile ducts.
Neither am I.
И все?
That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
Ёб твою налево! Страник 100% порожней его не интересуется. Нельзя ли что-нибудь еще
Like the
сделать?
toxicology screening? At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if he was brimming with cocaine. But still, you should add a request.
Brimming with cocaine.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
Так, ладно.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
Записать всю фразу вместе с воля.
What's next on the list?
Пункт 3. Описание повреждений.
We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
А для чего 4-е поле?
Nothing, just in case.
Первое следовал
Head,
кузов.
chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
Не является причиной смерти. Травма нанесена по Так. Не является причиной смерти. Травма нанесена посмертно.
Next injury.
Кровоподтеки.
The scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fuck out!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath the description of injury.
Не является причиной смерти. Травма нанесена посмертно.
Next.
Странгуляционная борозда.
A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck. There is a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. The cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. Think for a moment. There's time. Don't rush.
Является причиной смерти.
We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over.
Во-первых, как все в целом прошло?
Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks, if we are lucky. I will not hold my breath.
Что еще?
We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order.
Ну что я по этому поводу? Ну попозже,
Now,
конечно.
you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
Please get yourself together. The lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks.
Что теперь?
Now we put him in a body bag and I drive him to Faubourg for processing.
The lieutenant looks at the dead man one more time, then at his notebook. You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse. I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Подожди. А если обыскать тщательнее?
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more thorough. The genitals in his breeches continue to be unnoteworthy. You see.
Do you think we missed something?
Да. Есть что-то, чего мы не видим.
Well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast.
Так, где нам искать морозильник для тела?
Wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building?
Why, yes there was. It was massive. Red eyes glowing in the dark.
Да, колоссальный холодильник, работающий действительно в виде белого медведя.
Now, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge, but I think we should still take a look at it first. Make sure it's big enough before we carry him over. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased will become harder to find.
The man is deep. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses. and takes a deep breath.
Так, не, подожди. Толку.
Have you come to make your offering to Kuno?
Put it away.
Back up, Buckeyes!
The lieutenant doesn't like this. It may be less destructive to your working relationship to just come back alone.
Man! Okay, Porkson. Tar keeps Kuno sharp. Helps Kuno think. Kuno, we're cool now. But don't be pulling this shit on Kuno, or Kuno's gonna have to beat the shit out of you.
Historical revisionism has taken place.
Я нашел твоего Куно.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How? And then what? You fucking there?
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno.
Я нашел тарелку с остатками порошка. Тебе известно об этом что-нибудь?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too.
А что за тема за спиной головой?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Ты пытался мне на что-то намекнуть. Нас мусоров ведь еще и свиньями иногда называют.
Yeah, to the both of you, watch your ass in Kuno's town, or Kuno's gonna fuck your head off.
He is incredibly pleased with himself right now.
Ну что это за магнолом Куно?
It's a vitamin pig. Don't you know anything?
Это магний?
It's the Mac. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips Mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
Я все знаю про магний, постоянно его
You're
ем.
not getting this pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do Mag. You're gonna OD.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
И спиды.
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's feeling bad. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing.
He's not worried about prison. Lying the act. He's got me. We need to befriend him first.
Насчет места преступления, вы часто играете на дворе?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it?
Лестница, лазал по ней?
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno killed.
То есть на той взгляд забраться на этой лестнице нельзя?
Does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
Да.
Knows the ladder is unclimbable. The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
Что в той теплице?
Kipta's gardener used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie-Uppergite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Erie-Uppergites of Aymara. Not so much anymore.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take
Она ж...
nothing to Kuno.
Она ж посредница профсоюза.
What does this have to do with the Kuno? Kuno doesn't give a shit who she is.
You were expecting
А, блядь.
him to be more
А, хер.
right? Telling him you found out she isn't a god. You know what you should do if you want to get rewarded? Drugs. Drugs are more rewarding or alcohol if you don't want to do drugs. Alcohol is just as rewarding, but it isn't a drug. Seems kinda boring now, don't that too? What was this about? Some yard?
Меня смущает мусорный бак.
Only drugs are interesting. Drugs and alcohol. You feel sad now, but what can you do? Life has to go on.
Don't be wondering about Kuno's shit, pig.
Кто-нибудь мог туда что-нибудь спрятать? Может, даже улику?
Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Why the fuck are you telling this shit to Kuno? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
А если про тело поговорить? У него по всему телу контузии. Твоих рук дело?
What are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Контузия это значит ушиб.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
Где его броня?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
Как так?
Kuno's fucking's got one big thing wrong with him. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
В смысле выбросил?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
Ты выбросил ее в море?
That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustache union fuck. The
Смысл трубадур?
Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
А ты мне это говоришь просто по доброте душевной, да?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sir.
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost!
Yeah, the kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister.
Так, если попробовать...
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S. Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, while the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
А если разделить их?
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
What you whispering about?
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up.
Куно, послушай меня.
Kuno look bad in this.
Она пытается с тобой управлять. Может тебя вытаскивать.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
Idiot. You bungled it up. That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't get you all the way.
Trying to fuck my Kuno! Trying to fuck my Kuno away!
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south.
Так, еще раз.
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
Куно, ты швыряешься камнями и наверняка кучу всего заприметил. Хочешь помочь РГМ вывести убийцу на чистую воду?
No. Kuno, ease off, see? Kuno always takes the butt.
He'd rather die than work with the justice system.
Блин, надо эмпатию прокачать.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium as you slouch. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol level. Yeah, the other things. Long live the other things. Made you strong as an ox, they have. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream. Maggot sideways? What are you talking about? You need to maggot up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium. 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now.
Ты говоришь, что мне надо стать магниевой формой жизни?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to ascend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system. Just remember, it's not the alcohol. Buy more of that too. Alcohol is not the problem. And it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium and excess of coffee. You should stop drinking coffee. It wreaks havoc on your gastrointestinal system. Regular.
Так, рабочий сужей закона. Мысль завершена.
You've done it, Harry. Whatever else you are, you're also boring now. It was not easy. You spent most of your life trying to funk up every nook and cranny of your personality. When someone says something political, the first 3 thoughts in your head are a ludicrous hodgepodge of communism, fascism, and stock tips. When they ask you why you did something, it's superstardom, apocalypse, or the mea culpas of the flagellant cock monk. It's not easy reaching for the 4th option, the normal one, but you have. And now, you're not just crazy, you're also boring.
Минус 3 2 ногами на земле. Минус 1 внутри империи. Скучно, надежный. Лимит улучшения всех навыков повышается до 3. Ага. Так, стойкость повышаем. Внушение тоже. Политическая волна. Авторитет. Эмпатия. Внутренняя империя. Сила воли. Восприятие. Риторика. Это вообще на изи. Так. Магниевая форма жизни. Усвоить. Ну, давай еще раз.
You were too pushy last time. Just look. What she came up with also, all in all. Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope Kuno is by. She came also, all in all. Kuno respects.
Fuck you whispering about?
Так.
He's whispering too.
Я помню, что это было.
She put.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got it. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Фу, слава богу, она от нас отвяла, ебанутая.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again. Or you will. There are no guarantees here.
А что с Куной? Стрёмная, черная какая-то.
Crazy. You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips. Fuck. She can read lips. You should cup your mouth.
На каком языке она говорит?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
Какого народа?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
It's Sudanese. The Suru are an indigenous ethnic minority in the social democratic powerhouse, Gaza, on the tundra and tiger-covered Isola of Katla. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
Куна, может, на Суру?
Sudanese? Like that man from Helmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Helmdall shit.
Revshon does have a small Sudanese
Oh, да.
community. Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
В каком смысле она кого-то мочканула?
Criminal means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Чё?
He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it,
Ты серьезно?
Killing is serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488.
488. The criminal code doesn't go higher than 190.
She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Ладно, и сколько полицейских она убила?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Fear.
Куно, как думаешь, могла она убивать других людей?
Falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
He usually looks you straight in the eye. A little something just crumbled there. Don't move your head. Just from the corner of your eye, look at her. Though her friend spoke too low for her to hear, Kuno S is not smiling anymore.
Как думаешь, она причастна к смерти покойного?
She would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Где вы были?
Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Говоришь, она чокнутая?
She's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burn and shit. She does the real deal. Yeah.
Это как?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
Она твоя сестра?
No, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit.
В смысле?
Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
A shoe cupboard just off to the right. Have you been to this place?
В коридоре возле кладовки уборщицы?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
Чего она такая мокрая?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You know this. The body goes into a kind of revulsion shock. Murder hangover. That's what it could have been. Kill the kid. Yes. Makes them look for a quiet, dark place and just hibernate there. Usually goes on for a few days, up to a week. Must have been her first one. You only get it on the first one.
Как она пробралась внутрь?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home. She's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
Someone left the door open. It was him. By accident or on purpose.
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno is two of a kind.
Почему же тогда зовут Куна?
She fucking looks like Kuno.
Ты не знаешь,
one
как ее
knows her
зовут?
name. Kuno told you this shit was psycho killer.
И как ты с этим справляешься?
Kuno dealing. Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you. fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
Мне нужна помощь специалиста, один, ты не справишься.
Listen, C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
Ну слушай, вот ты серьезен.
Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno!
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Remember when you tried to get Kuno to hook you up? We can get on that now. If you run a little errand for the Kuno, me and you, Kuno's gonna hook you up with illegal narcotics. That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
Что за история с тем, что ты перевозил запрещенные наркотики?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's gotta throw his dirty popo man at it. Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half.
Это твой батя.
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
You can't afford to take a hit from this guy. I mean, anabolic steroids and speed. You're best off dodging blows, wearing him out until he has a heart attack. You know how you'd be best off here? With a gun. I'd be the star of the show if you only had a working gun. Don't expect to talk this one down. There are some situations your mouth can't get you out of. You won't sweet talk your way around this man. Good thing this psycho drug boss is strictly optional.
Like half? A baggie, but like in this vial?
That's half a gram.
Yeah, half a G. What the fuck are you talking about? Half a G? This shit is giant grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
Вот что мы сделаем.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
Я пойду туда во имя справедливости и борец с наркотиками, Куно. Я это говно конфискую.
Confiscate it for Kuno, and you can have half.
So half of a half is a quarter, right? We're probably talking about a quarter gram here.
Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything. Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Ким, очевидно же, я не буду принимать и наркотики, но нужно забрать их у несовершеннолетнего. Так. Все. Там делать нечего. Значит, давайте-ка пройдем вот сюда. Проверим тот сраный, блин, холодильник. Занесем туда тело. Хотя, кстати, надо, прежде чем тело заносить, еще и номер снять. Блин, об этом я не подумал. Сука, да шо ж такое-то? Лично я, блин, забываю о всяких мелочах. Ну чё?
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold enough too.
But the optics on this are awful, he thinks. We need to be as silent as we can. Your visual confirms you could fit 2 more bodies in the ice bear fridge.
Shall we go and get the body then? I'll take the head, you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
The 2 of you, easily.
За
The
дело.
body is heavier than you expected, and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement, then 10 more minutes to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
You have created an ice bear sarcophagus. You've definitely earned a drink after this. Perhaps even some pagan rites.
Ладно, считаю, что мы проделали хорошую работу.
Not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This story does not leave this room.
He means it. He doesn't want to be the ice bear.
Мы сделали все, что могли, исходя из имеющихся у нас средств.
Did we though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Damn it. This is turn. Okay. So you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone to sleep.
Так, обыскай трупы еще раз.
Your arms reach out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, slippery flesh. First with your fingertips, it's right under the palm of your hand.
Что это? Там что-то есть. Ким.
His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around. They are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes shape.
Ох, даже комментировать это не буду.
Searching for something in the cartilage. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out, spider.
О, какая гадость.
The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. From the soft meat, teeth are budding. Hard pearls of bone in the gums and in the back of the mouth. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. Look in. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. Death fumes rising from his throat. And there, in the back of his mouth, above the bell of the uvula, right in the soft palate, you see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
I see.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Yes, that's what this part is called. You've seen the drawings. You've studied them. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here has torn apart his reptilian complex. This man will never sleep again. Never wake. The funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like structures are damaged too. The tearing extends deep into both hemispheres. This is what he used to regulate his emotions with.
Полость ровно между
Lieutenant
полушариями.
answers with the sound of his pen on paper. Your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes further, but the entry wound isn't wide enough for the rest of your hand to follow. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels like jelly. Cold jelly. Strange fluid streams down your wrist as you push deeper, until you feel it. Ice cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Can you get to it?
There's a tiny crack,
Посмотрим.
a protrusion in the cranium, right in the back of his head. Your finger must be pointing straight at it. From the inside, the object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium.
We have the makings of very small exit wound here.
Так, а если выудить?
You pick the object between your index and middle finger. Feels sharp, like metal. You press your teeth together. Your jaw is clenched. The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful with a plop. Your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
A bullet.
Пуля.
Bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. Of course, you deserve it. Looks like we need to add one more item to your injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an abrasion collar. Soft palate, back of mouth. High velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound?
Так, походу... Да, правда.
Fatal injury.
Так
And one
точно.
last thing. We should amend injury number 3. Ligament mark. New opinion, non-fatal. Post-mortem. Treatment.
he's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Treatment, officer, is an attempt to manipulate the body after death, to hide the real cause with a false cause. In this case, this injury here. Yes, and the belt around his neck, the hanging, even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead. I did not just come up with this. I've had my doubts since you showed me the tracks, officer. Why did they carry him over? Why not march him? There is no satisfactory explanation. There have been other signs too. Small details. Everything is too neatly designed for us to assign probable cause here, as we did, full-heartedly. Well, no more.
We almost fell for it, he thinks. There is, of course, the very real possibility he was both shot and hanged.
To put him out of his misery? It's possible, but it doesn't explain all the other dubious things here. Lack of struggle, primarily.
Еще вопрос, зачем они это сделали? А потому что кто?
And this just smacks of treatment to me. To hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here. That's for us to find out. But this, it will make finding them just a little easier.
Не помыться.
You really, really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling Rise should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it. Yes, we should take a closer look at it. I am certain it has more to tell us.
Резюмен, привет, пожалуйста, не пиши капсом. Найтбуд этого не любит.
We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in a neighborhood like this. I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
The word lingers in the air of the basement. Far away, ice cream makers are buzzing, and the sea wind blows outside. Detective.
Забирай его.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. May they rest in processing. Oh, in another lifetime.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
Такс. Ну все. Так, с трупом разобрались. Теперь надо бы узнать, что произошло. Так, пилотская пятерня.
For the rest of the world, the Aces Low is just some cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hot fixing your burning aerostatic. You should ask him about this.
Ну, вообще-то, как бы давно затянула игра. Так, итого, плюс характеристики у нас плюс 2. Эмпатия по отношению к персонажу Кицураги. Плюс 1 политического напряжения АГМ. И все. Мысль завершена магниевая форма жизни.
We tell them, hell no. You're about to become a magnesium-based life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium proto-man who mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
Так, плюс 2 сила воли, магниевые рецепторы и минус 2 логика. Такого не бывает, мужик. Ну охуеть. Так, ну по либасу машина уже уехала. А так как нам ночевать негде, ну, давайте-ка зайдем сюда, что ли. Наш номер снять. Короче... Так. Здравствуйте.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real.
How could anyone forget, asshole? You know, there might be other places to sleep on this coast. You'll find one. The man ponders his cooking utensils. He looks up at you, shrugging his
Так, толком.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. A cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. indefinitely.
Попозже поговорим.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Я нашел пулю в голове повешенного.
A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious.
Еще как любопытно. Если вы его повесили, как оно туда попало?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
Sire, it would be an event most dramatic if you were to produce the bullet and dangle it before their very eyes.
Думаю, повешение это способ покрыть то, что вы его застрелили.
I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
It is possible to live with an injury like that. Makes you touch the back of your skull, wondering if there's one in there. No, you'd remember that. You've been shot at 4 times, hit twice.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
All the goofing around is to avoid lying. They're only pretending to enjoy this. Beneath the act, they don't like you knowing this.
Вы в него стреляли.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
В смысле, до того, как повесили.
After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Спрашиваю еще раз, почему вот это было в голове жертвы?
He's got it in a real evidence bag and all.
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
Never been worried in my life, Roman.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph.
Good one, Titus.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. You should go back to Jamrock, to your station, where you belong.
Yes. Run home, lonely, rent a car. Real law officials are done with you. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-car. So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equal.
Так, я тут сохранился, конечно. Ну, блядь. Чё ты не можешь сохраниться-то?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Я один не даю этому городу скатиться в преисподнюю. Вы только мешаете.
What exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn special? Shitting yourself in front of us. Going around, harassing kids on the street. Kids who've done nothing wrong. All the while talking racist shit. Don't think we aren't watching, Fascia. People here trust us. We're getting complaints.
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
Не говорил ничего российского.
Of course you have. You've been calling people kip left and right, inciting race violence in my town.
Kylie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means.
Trying to get the kips out of Revachol before the
Ложь.
economy goes to
Нет
shit.
никакого расового митинга.
Sure there is. Carly said they're both purchasing confetti, ribbons too, and loudspeakers, and fireworks. Carly works at the carnival shop, you see.
Get the fuck out of here, you racist carny. There'll be no race rally in my town.
What's going on? Are you racist now? Is the rally real? Please don't set up a rally. It will make you look awful. There is no rally, come on. Just ask questions. You need to put this race rally garbage in the rearview mirror.
Ну, пиздец. Ладно, я пытался. Мужик, кто? Я чувствую поговорить. На толку. Что я с ним поговорил?
Oh, hello, dear.
Такс. Если подняться наверх. Что-то ж можно сделать-то? Разве нет? Если не может же быть, что здесь нет никаких действий, доступных от слова совсем.
The door is closed. Still, you should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and your fist hurts. This was all a very good, normal thing to do. Not to mention, great exercise. Still, you should punch a that felt good. Everyone is a whore. Now punch a hole in the door. Don't. Everyone is a whore. What does that even mean? You hear the murmur of blood in your ears.
А толку, блин.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray. Light it the living shit. Your Mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? How very astute of you. Or you could not do that. No one is making you. Good. Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about juicy sticks of tobacco all the time, though. It doesn't count if it's not all the time. And when you're done thinking about them, plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
Такс, ладно. Пошли тогда в номер. Что я могу сделать тут? Хоть что-нибудь.
The fan stands still. The window stands broken. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned.
Зацистный процесс формирования гримасы.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Починить вентиль, ухватив болторез.
Your hands, however skillful, can't manage this task on their own. You should get your chain cutters out.
Электрохимия 6, техника 9. Блин.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are, right? That soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you. The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired. The cans continue to bob, as do your thoughts, aimlessly splashing up against the sides of the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations, none of them acute enough to focus on. Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Ладно, я попытался. Тем более, что все равно мне ж надо наведаться к одному чуваку. Так, 2045. Так, что я могу вкачать по навыкам? А нифига.
This trash can there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still. You stick the pry bar into the fissure beneath the lid and push. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. There is, but you won't like it. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see, you've done this before. No, searching for a box falls into pieces among the threadbare kitchen towels. As the legs of, are these the victims? This feels like something new. It's nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms.
Планшет.
Written in
Что?
a man's handwriting. Not just any man's. This dense cursive, it's yours.
А как она туда попала?
It might have been by your hand, though. Feels like that. Feels like you might have stuffed it somewhere. What's in this trash bin? How it got here, you don't know.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
Офигеть.
Now that your ledger is back in your possession, it feels like you should do something important. You have to start taking proper notes on the case. Open your official investigation.
Так. Зрение.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the call du Mama Dakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
Так, плюс 3 восприятие, золотое ухо, минус 1 энциклопедия, больше нет места. Ага. Так, понятно. Так, по факту, что мы имеем? А по факту, в принципе, мы не слабо так продвинулись. Лучше я ему скажу. Выдержка требуется даже для того, чтобы просто прочесть имя автора. Ян Каус из Игануи. Так, подождите-ка. Нужно полюбоваться и что взаимодействовать.
What have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Да, поверх золота сдохла. Прочь меня, гревавшие узкие только яйца. Ай, блин. Задолбали.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to
Почему я
see
стреляю эту стену?
Because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows. The colors.
Пусть эстетическое удовольствие придет через зрачки, мозг породит в нем новые мысли.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God.
Еще.
Oh, Wallfather.
Да, я должен улучшить эту стену.
Absolutely. Now you just need the materials. Cindy the Scum has a paintbrush and paint. Talk to her.
Да,
Yes,
конечно,
great
есть.
thinking. Go talk to her. The wall will be waiting.
Hello again, officers. Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Где что нет нормального
Does
дома?
anyone in a city like this?
Не самое лучшее место, конечно, но
It
сгодится.
doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Ты навряд ли шахтер.
Yes. I keep hoping the shaft will collapse on me. But somehow, it never happens. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? What for?
Мне ремонт. Скучное, но необходимое занятие.
Boring. You're not using my lovely brush to spread boredom.
Для искусства, чтобы рисовать.
If it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
В великом искусстве, элитном, арт-делюкс, самым искусством из искусств, самым авангардным.
Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off.
Видишь, вы все увидите и впадете в трепет.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind. She squints her eyes.
On fire.
Да, типа
I
Феникс.
say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood. Then get your brush from fucking art.
Извините, ошибочка. Полагаю, мы перестарались.
You're a police officer and a grown up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach, like climbing up there.
Ладно, потом зайду. Толку. Так, надо бы с этой дамочкой поговорить. Здравствуйте. Вы что-нибудь знаете об этих татуировках?
The man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Если вам что-то известно об этих татуировках.
Tie the forced day to the bat staleness. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
That's the man who was killed.
Почему? Вы не можете просто взглянуть на фотографию, как-то связано с самосудом? Так, не сейчас, значит. То есть толку. Я ничего не добьюсь. Так, надо бы подняться к тому пареньку, который прикуривает. И нанести ему визит.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with a safety chain. An unpaid energy bill is attached, threatening to cut off the electricity. It's addressed to Mr. Uno Doroita. Your heartbeat quickens, palms go sweaty. The siren of amphetamine is singing you a song. Like a goddamn maniac, you rip the chain off the door. The links lie on the floor, scattered. Don't let the quiet fool you. The beast is in there somewhere, ready to rip you to shreds with a broken bottle. You can just go in now.
Ну все. Опа. Что тут у нас? Закончено домашнее задание, написанное Куно Д. Рюйтером. Датировано позапрошлым годом. На стене спущен от влаги плакат из эротического глянцевого журнала.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to it, in plain sight, sits a small bottle of amphetamine, conveniently equipped with a straw. Score, it's right there, baby. Today's your lucky day. You pocket the bottle as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Don't wait, celebrate. Blast that shit right here. Take inventory of it once this boring table shit is done. Blast it before you face the beast, De Ruita. You're going to need the encouragement.
Навряд ли, конечно, ладно. Вы кто?
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stained parka, some towels and a duvet, some socks even. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is breathing. It doesn't give a shit that you're a cop. Stop your hand now, or you're gonna die. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this. Just get out. Your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette burns and ketchup stains. You hear a growl. There is something alive. It's deep, in suffering somehow. You see a 60-year-old, fat, red-headed man passed out from large amounts of alcohol, and God knows what else. The smell of shit rises from his mouth. You don't have to take him down. He's already down. Silence, only heat emanates from this. He wouldn't be too thrilled to learn you stole his stash. It was the last thing keeping him functioning. The pile of blankets, a coronary artery bypass graft, take out his liver and replace it with a change in socio-economic circumstances would
Понять, что он пытается сказать.
The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing him. It's impossible to make out the syllables. A hand emerges from the blankets, trying to gesticulate something, and then it dawns upon you, clear and surreal. Pig. He's trying to call you a pig. His hand falls back on the bed, limp and defeated. A loud snore escapes his mouth. The light from the window is weak, but it seems like he is. His wild, unwashed mane bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery. Don't forget his face, the bloated and reddened cheeks, the bulbous nose. This would be Kuno after 30 years of substance abuse, if he drank too. The sight you're beholding right now is probably the reason he doesn't. There's still plenty to be scared of here, just not what you thought. No response. A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty and frozen. It's clear that the person behind them is not awake. Nocturnal Lagathalias, the likelihood of falling asleep with partially open eyelids rises after stimulant use and heavy drinking. His half-open eyes give him the look of a dead man, but he is in there and not enjoying it.
Fuck him.
A lump of flesh is and look, Max taught a groan rises from the man.
У меня чем-то кислым. О. Так, ладно. Это я еще успею смотреть. Значит, идем на второй этаж. Так, нет, это выход. Балкон, вот. Привет еще раз.
Hello again, officers. Have you... And I need an aircraft carrier. So what?
How come you're letting this baby rat run circles around you? End this now.
Я не уйду, пока ты не отдашь мне кисть.
Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's saddest dad right now. But fine, take the brush. I'm all out of fuel oil anyway.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that beautiful war with something as pedestrian as ordinary.
Блин. Только бы не притупить. Это мужичок-то будет дрыхнуть. Не хотелось бы его потерять. Так, это не то. Так, значит, нам сюда. Блин, что ж такое? Че я вечно не туда иду? Так, ага, блин, куда же? А вот этаж. Знаете, такое чувство, будто я именно слушаю, точнее, читаю аудиокнигу. Вот и все. То есть просто сижу, слушаю все. Вот. Привет, парень. Вот мы с тобой и встретились. Поговорим.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Теперь ты от меня не уйдешь.
He seems to be in a good mood tonight. And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Я нашел ключ, спрятанный под камнем. Твой?
My friends use it from time to time to visit me. So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Не просто наладить, а вывести на сногсшибательный уровень.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Совет это просто отпадный.
That's why I chose this place. Martinez is special, isn't it?
Сегодня же пятница, у меня отличное настроение.
It does feel like the end of the week. It's so magical. The white falling against the black.
Зачем мне встречаться с твоим другом?
You do.
Ладно.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you.
Ну вот опять.
That's sad. Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Куда бежать?
It's a beautiful night.
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body.
Только если ты пообещаешь, что мы еще поговорим, это важно.
Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
Ладно. Толку.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Ладно, не будем нашего его дружка заставлять ждать. Невежливо как-то, если человек нас ждет. Нет, конечно, мог уложить своего чувака спать, но нет. Толку. Ежеквартальный деловой журнал. Пустая пепельница. Тарелки отмокают в кастрюле. Флайер на подпольной вечеринке. Дата открытых лекций в местном университете. Что? Изысканная металлическая кровать с балдахином. В воздухе витает аромат дорогого мужского парфюма. Старая фотография той же квартиры, датированного 1 годом. На старых газетах стоят ведра с краской.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seen in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain. His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
До того, как мы еще дойдем, сразу после того, как вы расскажете мне историю этой черной самурайской шляпы.
It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo. It's an emblem of the formal normalization of our diplomatic relations.
He's alluding to the decade-long War of Independence, while deftly brushing aside the complex causes behind the conflict.
That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. What was that? You were supposed to fuck with him, not compliment the decor.
И что же такой чиновник, как вы, делает в Мартинесе?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Значит, вы какой-то бюрократ.
As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
Wait, there isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Inter is joking or not.
Хорошо, но что вы делаете здесь, в этой квартире?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
Что это за международное сообщество?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
И как называть коалицию?
The governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration.
Что такое стабилитет цен?
It is the most important.
Это мне ни о чем не
It's the
говорит.
central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
И какой нам вот
Take
этот
your
толк?
daily bread, for example. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Ниже 2% чего?
Not too far. No. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
Ближе к телу, как говорил гидом Мопассан.
Coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet? A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral inter. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency. It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Моралист?
But of course,
Но почему?
because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values. The Occident is part of the normal. Oranje, sur la clé. Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
Ну что насчет остального Ревашоля? Он считается нормальным миром?
Rivachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Морализм — это идеология на землю заходит. Нет, демократия — это... Тьфу ты. У меня такое ощущение, что всякий раз, говоря с людьми, я выбираю вариант 4. Ничего из перечисленного. Это и есть морализм. Да, потому что все остальные уже за гранью, словно все вокруг меня рехнулись.
Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interview. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPI. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Darling? That can't be an official designation.
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Расскажите мне об Оране.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of the PIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur-la-Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community. As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur-la-Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institutions. Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
But that didn't tell you anything about Oranje.
About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow. Whatever you wish, officer. I'm sorry to say I did, officer. Because I did it?
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of murder.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
No. I mean, it was so strange. I could barely believe what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows were dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this. I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
Sound familiar? That matches the prints you observed at the scene.
No, there were no mythological giants, I'm afraid. They were all quite human, so far as I could tell. I went back inside.
Yes, Back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill their poor man. All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
2 airy uppercuts and a Mesk. Could be Eugene, Theo, and Elaine.
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add. All I can say is that it was late. My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight. Give up. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters. Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality and commerce.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level. Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level. A supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident. You mean Revachon? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure.
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here, and my friend too. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, alright? Please don't put me in this situation. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
As though you weren't envious enough of the boy as it...
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
Baby is crying in the neighboring apartment. Waves crashing in the distance. The sound of sea below the window.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom, a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you've seen him around. He's a busy bee.
A busy bee? What an odd choice of words.
I'm all ears, officer. A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Of course. I'm glad I could help.
Увы, нам с вами говорить не о чем. Даже при всем желании. Как бы это прискорбно не звучало, но я узнал от вас все, что мог. Увы и ах. Я просто потерял, блять, время. Он ничего не знает. Нахер я вообще к нему заходил? Зачем я с ним говорил? Непонятно. Ладно. Пора было уложить нашего героя спатоньки. Ну и в принципе надо ж мост открыть. На третий день, кажется. Потом мы займемся исследованием. Но одно хорошо, мы продвинулись с мертвой точки. Делать нечего. Рад, что что-то вкачать, но нет. Я не смогу здесь ничего вкачать. Так, толку. Так, что мы имеем? Так, что значит сюда? Хорошо. Сейчас, конечно, сделаю, наверное, самый тупой поступок в своей жизни. Так, стоп. Так, предметы.
Large letters on the front form a title. We're out. The colorful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, Mysterious things written. None of that. Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of a blurb. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of manner. This is in no time. Don't forget heated arguments escalate and beer. And most importantly, never forget to rage quit if the dice don't go your way. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided. You see a leftist revolutionary. You pick the figurine up. It's made. You don't know much about dice, but this a quick gun. The options are in order. The well can come with the Doyle. They're just the least popular of the will. It doesn't seem to correspond with any. You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side. A colorful box with the title.
Хорошо.
It's the legend. It's a metaphor. Thank you. Below the pathetic, it's just toilet paper. Stick it to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet. The toilet paper pit, an aluminium block runs the width. The surface looks like it is. You should turn them on and get in front of those headlights. It'd be nifty if you found something that they're not. Once work, it's the middle. What do you mean? Is that all? The note, judging by the creases, a lot, does it? It's pedagogic written. Your hand cramps up with the notebook is annual. Judging by the creases on your forehead, yeah, a title, one might say. Yes, others, you like, no. It's going to take effort to piece. There is. Once all the tasks are accomplished. Sadly, the ledger only comes with onto the paper. Inspect, get the book. Interview. It's not a satisfaction. And a fuck you to you too. You're a swashbuckler. Things to be done. This would be like a fan of girls. The checkered papers, you don't exactly close them. So just yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code 41. It's safe to say those are the initials of the officer responsible for the case. Your initials. That it takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. This one calls it the mural. True people, the graffito crew. The case files do not show the crew, the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, Central, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. Did anyone ask you what you believe in?
Легко делиться не у федерального района.
You were so Leslie, the only way you would can you keep yourself threatening. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, no, he must have in the probe killed them. He can't get out, which is also why it would be. That's all. Who knows? Don't worry. One day you may still some. They were leaving it cigarette butts. No, you didn't have time for murder. Tom, BT, Joseph Mills. No. Okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Yeah. No one in Mills had. See, you can't even read the thing without solving. Yeah. So this one, the cause of fate, the mural, the true love, people, the graffito crew is easy to track down. The crew, the 9,000 people subjected to the murals, a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. No one cares what you believe in. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden paper. It takes about half an hour. Not much has changed. In the back, then rip them through. You don't have to be an intellectual. But they appear. They all in a print, so a dozen color of irises. Yes. Oh, what delicious power. The rest of the stinking cellulose. It's made of dark blue blue, the blue heart. Something's permeables. It's the plastic. There's pain in with your hands. You 4-sized pages hang from the clip. The slides snap back into place. Without resistance, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Thin wax paper has been glued. It smelled a touch of sin. For me, a young woman. Harry, throw it away, please. Outside.
Come outside.
Far away and outside. Your hand. Every step I take. You. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sparks forward. You feel the ledger. No. Hold on. To what? There's nothing.
В смысле? Написано, что просто держался? В смысле? Чё за фигня? Что? Титры? Какого хрена? Диско Elysium.
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No, well, almost nothing. There is the ground below. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing.
The call when you're dead, brother.
Here in the Bailey, because it's always...
Tell him. Tell...
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it...
Yeah, man. Fuck everything. There is no bloated corpse of the past.
You're...
Yeah, man. What was that about? You think they would let you? Until...
Yes.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Что за фигня? Где я?
Cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuraga's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and...
Drink. Water. No drink.
The water is cold.
Что за фигня это была? Только что.
As it pours down your parched throat, the pounding in your head recedes.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
Actually, beer and cider have loads of water in them.
But these are not the Franco-Nigerian centuries. We are in the present. It is safe to sometimes drink water here. That's just a drug addict myth. In reality, you're still comprised of dihydrogen oxide, which you must replenish to go on living.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat.
What happened?
Я должен спросить тебя то же самое.
Officer passed out in Martinez. I had a feeling it would be you. I don't know. It could have been quite a while.
Я наткнулся на выгоревшие руины своего прошлого, лейтенант.
He replies with such understanding. It's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard.
I found this next to you. I'll tag along for the rest of the day if you don't mind. My business is concluded anyway. Are you okay to go?
Да, раскроем дело. Капец.
What's this?
Ну что ж такое?
We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calm. more transparent in a strangely tender way. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. I knew we could trust you. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Revachol. When that real democracy kicks in, we are all going to be so much happier.
Капец. Так. Забываем. Забываем. Так. Колесо совести усвоить. Только приемник усвоить. Белый траур усвоить. Капец. Да просто потому что я, блин, туда... Просто потому что я с этим взаимодействовал.
What? Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say find the weapon that shot me. If we find who owns it, in conclusion, the more we know.
The jacket, this is a real killer. The core is lead. The brass jacket, it's quite destroyed. You can just...
What can you say about the bullet so far? Okay. Jacketed means it would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, and not from a muzzle-loader like those typically...
We were right. Highly unusual.
Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. A rifle, revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46mm. From the 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmagrave rifle. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in... No, but Ziligan, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with his antiques and few...
What are you thinking? Bullet?
Кажется, я знаю, откуда это.
Okay. And? An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez. Or in... Sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the law is prohibiting some new RCM...
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-load.
Imagine if everyone, cops, city... But back to the investigation. Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll check out all possible leads.
Так, хорошо.
The edges of the pages are worn and smooth. The jacket cop, he is ambushed by a truck. You open his arm, good. You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in Berserker Rage, but Man from Here, the steel muscles of Man from Here. A passage thine I have. This is beyond primitive. In the final, to find out what happened.
Так, гигантский сэндвич с ветчиной.
The ham set a treat of this magnitude should not be in.
I'll pass.
When you hold something up long enough, some people are...
Thank you, but no, I'm not hungry. No. No.
The lieutenant's eyes express an absolute lack of interest. The lieutenant said, "This man does not crack under pressure. Stars would die before he'd succumb to any kind of manipulation."
Stop that. I'm just not hungry. Camaraderie? Is it really necessary?
The bond between officers, partners, are paramount.
Okay. They are all necessary. Let's share the sandwich if it matters that much to you. Sure. Time to go solve a murder investigation.
Так,
An intricate, it still kind of looks like a map of the star. For you, someone gone.
Хорошо.
The greatest innocent. Browsing through, you can do it. Your edge, that's the spirit. Oh yeah. A pop, thank Dolores Day. So, a pop, thanks Dolores Day. In her, stay clear. clear. A strange sense. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No, correct. As the question, easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Incorrect. Correct. Franco, question, got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's incorrect. Kedra is correct. The most fine, I've got it. I don't even have to say it. Incorrect. He, incorrect. Wild, correct. Everything and more. Congratulate. A D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Dave. Okay. You are shouting.
Ладно.
In your hand, you the tag needless.
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck.
The point is, for the stock spill and it's also extremely...
Это слишком долго.
Too desperate to clear his name.
What's the matter, detective?
The lieutenant, they're not shitting you. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole. Deneuve not only is the local outlet, he would certainly have the motive. The kid doesn't exactly talk. That said, talk one evening, yes. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer. As the two, I love you. Always, whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A bloke, when Mullen tracked fleeing the heat. Can you solve the case before what is it, detective? There was never a time when he wasn't. For a moment. From no, you won't find the answers you're looking for here. In other, it's a dangerous lineup. Is it really so evil? Like what? Do you even have those? Yes, yes. Did you lose? But then, what does this? So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? Could be. Who knows? You begin. You trump dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last...
Ah, yes. But perhaps this is it.
Don't forget. In your hand, you hold four...
Так, осталось только раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть.
The note is written. This is someone. You find the filament memory.
Looks like someone from that radio game company. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer.
It's like the production.
Really? You don't have... Oh, I'm sure the child will love. I don't know.
Didn't you see one right next to it?
Короче, слишком много текста здесь.
There it is again. The scent of April. Yes. From the sun's, there is a movement. Why are you talking to it? Bitter. Whatever until a blossom of your heart working feels so safe. The worn mat featured your finger finally. The front of this quarterly journal because Frisa, to your no, after right, the magazine is divided, comrade, but perhaps, so please, if you value our right...
What do you expect? It was laying around the...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The tape, this section, you all... Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip, apparently. You flip back to the front. It takes... Obvious, if, as you leave the main the tip, this so-called artist spotlight, you think instead, where to even so, all of it, basically. Oddly, there's no, have you? Thus, and that at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these. Sure, that's because...
Oh, come on. Can this article read your mind? A certain kind of young man reads one or two books and suddenly thinks he understands. If I had to wait...
You flip back to the front of the book. You find... this must be Gaston's handiwork. One of the... It sounds like it. You flip back to the front of the book.
Так, ладно, рассмотрим тут
Large letters on the front.
Еще вот
The
это.
cover, the exact location, the box, what treasures, even before you open the plastic, there's a history. So, welcome to suzerainty. The colorful illustration, you begin the instruct, you soon figure out the bait. That's each as you leaf through the pages. Yeah, remember, the actual scoring system appears in, you open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also each column.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
In addition, from the end.
Oh, those are nice.
You hold the open gate. The lieutenant looks over the rulebook.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
Ладно, отложим пока. Капец. Так, еще то, что пахнет абрикосовой жвачкой. Усвоить. Пиздец, столько мыслей, столько времени. Сука. И так мало всего можно успеть. Капец, много текста было. Очень много текста. Скажу я вам, пацаны. И знаете, вот эти вот фейковые титры. Это меня очень даже насторожило. О. Так, ну все. Я и так уже повзаимодействовал со всем, чем только мог. Значит, пора бы мне байники. Я в шоке. Так, сохранить игру. Это обязательно. Я сказал сохранить. Какого хрена ты не сохраняешься, сука? Так, а теперь самое бессмысленное, что я сейчас буду делать. Так.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of light reflects off the green glass of the cup. Wow, the gods of I don't know about this. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and for here, nothing. A golden sun melts down your throat.
Физиология улучшена, хорошо.
Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. From the void we came.
Так. Сигарета где-то еще была, кажется.
Ладно,
желаю неудачи.
It's the legend you found it. Awesome. petty theft. You've done it exactly. Without resistance or sound. The two panels, two octopuses are smiling. The words just, who do you think? You. It's your hand shake. The acidics, you know, like the bits they put into public piss. If you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash. Torturing your own nose. Your nose is somewhere between.
Ну все. Мне больше делать нечего. Так. Ты. Ну что ж такое? Так, можешь... блин. Ох, капитан, кажется, вы тут много выпили. Ничего. Немного поубирать не помешает, знаешь ли.
The bed is still cold from the broken.
Спать, я сказал.
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating. Rather, man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it. Ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing. That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Yes, your body is a system, and it's failing you because you're failing it.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments? You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really looking. Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it.
Let it. But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings.
Put on your prettiest face for the masses.
Еще эти мысли поспать не дают, как в реальной жизни. Ну ладно, это такое. Вставай, вставай.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, the door. Still not happening. It won't come off that easy. The door is closed, still nothing. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole, not to mention great.
Так, ну что ж, пора бы спуститься и поскорее бы к мосту. Я же открывать его должен. Доброе, доброе. Так, не отвлекаемся. Не отвлекаемся. Я понимаю, что нам надо как бы отвлечься, но сейчас не время. Я опаздываю. Опаздываю, опаздываю.
A rusting control panel with...
О, да.
The water lock starts moving.
Наконец-то.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your wanderlust for now. I don't want us to get sidetracked, what with everything that's going on.
Focus on one thing. Achieve it, then the next, he thinks. The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bed.
We can sit on benches after all.
Так, ну надо с теми мужичками переговорить еще раз. Не зря же мы сюда пришли там. Что за слово, как бомжара. Здравствуйте еще раз.
Officer, God damn it. Pull yourself together, what?
This man seems to be experiencing a mild to medium, judging by his attitude, probably the second one.
Я так понимаю, что уже на море много для вас значило. Когда вас сфотографировали?
91 in the Thorberg district. A parade was held to honor Guillaume Lelyon's name day, and the Carabineers marched in the place of honor. This was the happiest day of my life. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 79. This is highly usual. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south and found my sweetheart in the arms of this wretch.
The Ikea operation was a 7-year campaign during which suzerain Guillaume's army forcefully united the people in the southeastern part of La Petite Continent, collectively known as the Ikea tribes under the Revacholian banner.
I won her back, but while I was dealing with some issues.
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you hurt her.
Dark cloud. That sounds unpleasantly familiar.
Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes.
Любовный треугольник, значит.
It's such a pleasure to see you again, officer. Sure, officer. No, sweet Jenny. Of course, officer.
Блин, толку. Ничего нового не узнаю. А я не могу больше 6 бутылок нести. Понятно, почему мне не взять. Ладно. Зато хотя бы сдадим бутылки, получим вот эти реалы. А дальше сами смотрите.
The tear machines. Your bottles clump into the machine. The tear machine stands in the corner. Aside.
No. You need...
Так, попробуем с тем бугаем разобраться. Конечно, будет грубовато, но ничего не поделаешь. Честно слово, в бомжарах выгляжу.
The unpromising. There is nothing funky. I cannot possibly imagine what else.
Нет толку. Я с ним не поговорю. Ну-ка, если сюда зайти. Нажигать в кофейнике походит на разумное существо. Ничего.
The file cabinet stands the drawers select. The payphone hangs mutely on the wall.
Такс. Такс.
Hola, wandering man. The little boy had the good in his to get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon me.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cop's in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He thinks, not yet. Better to get this business out of the way. Sweeter then.
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come out?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armor too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. No problem.
He is sincerely grateful. He is not tracking down pieces of armor.
Так, то есть получается, он знает, где эта броня, но, блин, толку.
Right to work.
Да уж.
Looking for something, Hunt? No.
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand.
It's my last one. Why would I do that? I'm an honest man. But, what, officer? Sorry I couldn't be of any help.
Ах ты скотина. Сам куришь и никому не даешь. Вот падла. Так, чего же тогда сделать? Ну, давай быстрее. Мне кажется, Лена зависла. Да, блять, она зависла. Почему мне, блин, так везет? Ладно, неважно. Я всего лишь хотел поговорить с тем бугаем. Скотина. Давай, работай, сучка. Вот ненавижу, когда во время текстовых РПГ или в других ролевых играх игра просто-напросто вылетает ни с того ни с сего. Это пиздец. По-другому не скажешь. Я, конечно, понимаю, что разрабы хотели, чтобы игрок как можно дольше оставался в игровом мире, но, блин. Вылеты и слишком много текста — это перебор. О, да ты издеваешься. Ты, блин, издеваешься, да? А, блин. Ладно. Что ты там должен сделать?
Large letters on the front form a title. The suzerainty. The note is written with a blue pen. The face. There it is again. The worn map. The bed is still cold from the break.
В смысле не время отдыхать? Ты, блин, серьезно? Какого лешего, блядь?
Still cold from the broken window and not too inviting, but it's yours.
В смысле не время отдыхать? Какого хулио? Какого хрена, блядь, ты не отдыхаешь, сука? И отдыхать надо. Ладно, объясню более доходчиво.
The bed is still cold from the broken window. The window stands broken in its frame. You see some light.
Чё там у нас там, блядь, по заданию? И... Почему ты не хочешь поспать? Почему ты не хочешь спать, скотина? Почему? Почему? Знаете, вот такой подставы от игры я не люблю очень сильно. Потому что получается мне надо, блядь, поспать. Мне надо, блядь, поспать, а я не могу. Господи, за что мне все это? За что мне все это? Ну и ладно. Я ж думал, что наш друг выпьет. Нет? Как его применить-то? Господи. Я не могу его применить. Так.
The bed is still cold. The bed.
Here we are again.
Господи, дайте мне уже. Критик следующему дню, блядь. Пожалуйста. Игра, не подводи меня.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Что ж мне так везет на загрузки? И вы поняли на что. Ну, такие вот неудачные моменты с загрузками. Самый неподходящий момент. А вы кто?
A rusting control. The water lock starts moving.
Ненавижу такое.
Okay.
Focus. Officer, this judging by his...
There's nothing for you to understand here. Absolutely not. Revachol fell 91. This was the happiest. I was 20.
The IQ.
I won.
Dark.
I lose
The old soldier says nothing. He's got a smoke right there in his... The tear machine step. Your bottles. Do you know what you should do? A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Full display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both, the pale ale, you know.
Don't worry your pretty little head.
I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. The pale age vodka, sure. No, Frit only sells huh? Speed.
Of course not.
Ah, what's the point if they don't even sell the good drug?
Here you go, mister.
Так, тут есть сигареты. Закурить бы.
There it is. A brave little... You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Get a load of this. The lighter's dark.
Hey, you can't smoke in here.
Shut up. It's already happening. Repercussions, it will help you determination, blah, blah, blah. Boring. Already you regret it.
Ладно, не здесь, тогда закурим. А на улице. А в смысле, почему ты... О боже мой, о боже мой. Чё ты не закуришь, блять?
Well, hello. Lights reflect. Wow. Look, I don't know about this. There's a satisfying pop as the corpse, a golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy from the void. Whoa. In your hand, Parolidon, the double rainbow. What a funny little cap. The container is warm to the touch. Or you suck a minuscule drop of extremely chemical smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. It tastes like maybe, not really, this warmth. It makes you want to share your discovery with Kim.
I'm happy for you.
His glasses turn gold. Just don't. Nick, wow. Look at all these guys. Why not? Please don't actually operate. Already you can tell you're going to be sloping a lot more parole if you can keep it. All around you, rain falls on the great sea. The spring thaw must be looking up at the sky. Grey sky like humid. Your coat sheets the ruins of a half-sunken sea fort. Urban coal city. The sky. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the tower blocks. Hallways. The morning. A yard. Rain. The great gates of the industrial heart. Behind the gate. La Ducienne, Couron, a silver. You have never been there. A traffic jam. The road ascends.
I have a brother in the cut.
To be in Martinez, standing in the rain. In the rain, your vision blurs. Coalition era statics.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Да, стоять, сохраниться надо. Эта игра любит вылетать, как я погляжу.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
That's
Да
just
что
his
ты говоришь?
Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already roll on the others, and he's in witness protection.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised. This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town.
MI is short for moral intern. Moral intern is short for moral...
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
Arab guy? Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there. It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
They're avoiding having to answer this question.
We were drinking, weren't we, guys? I hit the bottle hard. I was drunk as fuck.
Right, I'm convinced, Glenn. Nothing off here. Just a regular hanging.
Bullseye. Glenn looks around uncomfortably. The lieutenant hit a nerve.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever. It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Chunky. It's chunky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
I know you are lying, Chunky.
You didn't break this wagon foot, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and said it to people. Get it.
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school and I'm doing great.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Hell of a job.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little. So much bluster to hide the fact that they're uncomfortable with you having this info. This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know the law. Handle it. Or
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
no, asshole. You're nobody. I'm the law.
Вранье.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment. We get it. You're all the law.
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
Да, толку.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy, all about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
You did? And how did you like him? I told you he can be very useful. A visitor from the first to his opportunities and all. Or is it just money? Friends, I told you. Then it is. Well, he has keys. And he likes the view. What about me, gendarme? Oh yes, let's see. Nothing. That I didn't see anything. Why shouldn't he? What friend? No, I don't think muscular, handsome. Yes, but he was yes, you know those just reporting back whatever I was telling him. Oh, let me think. He sounded vaguely Oranese. Sure. Anything else on your mind? Bye-bye, Jeanne d'Arc.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for, as it should be. Anyway, got the 20 real. Good. You got...
Ну, кто, ребятки, я вас не знаю.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You can't leave it like that. Spin it on its head. Engage caps lock.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm going by here.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
There's something about this guy that matches with a face in your head. A similar but different face. He might be wearing a disguise. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just ask him.
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Now, somewhere good. Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. No, because in this story...
Come on, stop it. This isn't helping.
You're not. Yes, sir. Just some regular boring mud. Not even a little. It's an urban myth.
But he's trying to... Okay, yes. You get the...
Neither can I.
It's a mere second. But it feels like you saw something. A gram of compassion in that sadness.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of...
I'm not getting involved in this.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the map.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Exactly.
He didn't answer your question.
No. No, he doesn't. If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no, right?
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things.
Hear that? Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting? Okay, well, I don't know. Why?
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. Accustomed, who knows why we do the things we do? You know what? It must be because he's buff.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it? Okay, why not? So, do you know who hanged him? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. Watch out for yourself.
That voice, so very familiar. Did you hear it when calling to...
Oh really? I wonder where. That's the where you remember me from? Okay then. It's probably a coincidence.
Kingdom of Conscience. The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on earth.
Так, получается, вариант моралиста в диалогах дает плюс 1 к боевому духу, сила воли, лимит улучшения повышается на 5, и логика лимит улучшения повышается на 5. Хорошо. Интересно.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, there's something missing here. Something you can't put out. Yes, just cross.
Again? I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. Okay?
Jean.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent. The woman is an RCM patrol.
I would really prefer not to talk to you right now.
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the...
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic.
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want... No, you haven't wronged me.
Something changes in her.
Okay, fine. Let's...
What does one talk about with a...
What precinct?
Am I from?
Fucking deranged.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation. Maybe you're doing something wrong.
God damn it, you leave her alone.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Well, he's not. He's a sack of shit barely kept together by crazy...
Please, let's not turn this into another... I don't know what...
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with...
Okay.
I'm just looking out.
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses.
Yes. The police will not...
Something about the man with sunglasses and you.
Так, ладно. Я уже достаточно тут наслушался, достаточно тут всего насмотрелся. Пиздец. Называется. Если вкратце, то, блин, здесь ничего полезного мы не узнаем. Я и так уже тут много всего наслушался, много всего тут, ребят, знаете ли, увидел. И, казалось бы, вроде бы сдвинулось место. Не придирайся ты. Но нет, ребят, я буду придираться хотя бы, потому что я надеялся, что дело хоть как-то сдвинется, но нет. Игра сделала лишь иллюзию того, что оно сдвинулось. Потому что на деле мы ни хера не сдвинулись с мертвой точки. Мы просто-напросто застряли. И все. Поэтому, скорее всего, продолжим на следующем стриме. Да, в принципе, чуть-чуть, в кавычках, мы продвинулись, но кто его знает. Поэтому, ребят, до скорых встреч. Пока. Подписывайтесь на мой канал обязательно. Потому что новички его не делают. Ну и пока.